Testing.
Testing.
Hello everyone and welcome to game week 1 of the 2023-24 PTC Therapeutics Premier Championship. Should probably get that right. Here at the Lee Westwood Sports Centre, where we have the opening game of the day on Court B, contested between Middlesbrough and Teesside. Still joined on commentary by Owen Swift. How are you?
I'm alright, mate. How are you?
Not bad, thank you. So we apologise for any technical difficulties experienced. Hopefully we're all up and running now. I think if you're on YouTube, the streams, due to them technical difficulties, have switched over, so you're now watching Middlesbrough versus Teesside still on WFA Match Day Live. Anyone looking to find West Bromwich Albion Dudley against Manchester City, that is live on Court A across the WFA's YouTube channel. 0-0 at the half-time break, nothing to separate them. From what you picked up on in the first half, Owen, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's been a fairly equal half. I think Middlesbrough dominated the first sort of 11 minutes-ish, but Teesside still sort of came into their own towards the end of the first half. So yeah, I'm hoping for another equally balanced second half. Really.
Yeah, I think you've got to take into consideration the expectations for both of these sides. Middlesbrough will very much be chasing automatic promotion, if not the championship trophy. The fact that Teesside have just come up through the playoffs to compete for the first time as a Teesside Steel specific team, I think they'll be delighted with that first half. To go through the team lineups, starting with Middlesbrough, they're operating with James Found in goal, a new look position for him. Umar Hanif is occupying in the central position with wingers of Kath McNichol and Sam Mackay. For Teesside still in goal, they have number 10 Isaac Murray in the centre, Oscar Mulgrew with wingers of Jamil Khan and Charlie Connolly.
Yeah, just going back to the point about Middlesbrough chasing automatic promotion and Steele just coming up, it shows the quality of the sport now, with the chairs that have really extended it since 2016.
Yeah.
And made it an equal game for everyone.
It's not just that. I think the gap in quality is continually decreasing from the Premiership to the Championship. I think that gap is the smallest it's ever been, and likewise with the playoffs and regional teams coming into the National League via the Championship. As you just mentioned, Teesside still a new team, came up through the playoffs, but competing with a team with aspirations of achieving stuff at the very top of the table.
I think last year in the Premiership was the first year a team that had gone up didn't come straight back down, which was quite an accolade in how many years of the sport.
So Umar Hanif with the ball on the side to Sam Mackay. Oscar Mulgrew does well to block it. Umar Hanif there to get the pass off to Sam Mackay, who forces an attempt at goal. Well blocked by Isaac Murray. The danger still appears to be there through Sam Mackay. He has Umar Hanif in support. Oscar Mulgrew going to desperately try and dribble out of danger. Umar Hanif tries to find Kath McNichol on this left-hand wing. Eventually finds its way to the Middlesbrough number 7. But Oscar Mulgrew trying to present an obstacle just off the front of Oscar Mulgrew's chair, and it goes out for a corner ball.
We might need to move here.
Yeah, we're positioned right in the corner. I think the way Kath is positioned, she will be able to take it. Sam Mackay, a nice option at the back post.
Kath about to line up to take the corner. Good ball at Umar, great save.
Great
off the line by number 10 Murray. Oscar trying to battle well with Umar. He's back in his normal central position. So just lining up for a Teesside ball. Jamil takes the ball. Kath battling with Oscar in the middle. Kath winning possession, running it down the wing to Mackay. Flicks it back up to Kath, who tries to get the switch across, but it's cut out by Oscar. Number 16 for Teesside still. Kath to take the long ball over to Umar, but it just drifts out for a sideline ball.
Big weekend for Umar Hanif. Was one of the standout performers across the 22-23 season, and with a impending surgery date, hopefully in the diary soon, he's likely to miss between 3 and 6 months. So no doubt will want to make an impression. Also a very big season for some of the players in the Middlesbrough squad. Carl Forster, to mention just one, who will have to, he'll be thrusted very much into the limelight when Umar is absent. Kath McNichol, no real accuracy, goes straight out for a Teesside steal. Kick-in, looks like to be taken by Jamil Khan. Here's Charlie Connolly down the line, who he opts to find, goes straight to Umar Hanif, over to Kath McNichol, who lets that run all the way to Sam Mackay, who forces an attempt at goal, cleared once again off the line by Isaac Murray, who's been brilliant so far this game.
Yeah, saved some really good shots, especially down here in this second half. Kept it level. Umar lined up for the big 360 spin. Oscar plays it over to Jamil. Back to Oscar. James Town trying to get forward so Kath can come in and defend. Well worked defensively by Middlesbrough.
It's a game of two different intentions. Teesside defending brilliantly. Middlesbrough starting to find their passes in attack. We've got just under 15 minutes left of this second half. It remains Middlesbrough 0, Teesside still 0. Sam Mackay with the pick off to Umar Hanif. Oscar Mulgrew positioned brilliantly to prevent that return pass to the number 75 winger on the far right hand side. Mulgrew. Deflection in the path of Kath McNichol, who tries to find Sam Mackay, out for a Middlesbrough ball.
Part of the floor coming up, I think, now.
Umar Hanif over to Kath McNichol, who's going to
bit of a wayward ball.
Certainly the intention was for her to have a 180 shot at goal, but too much pace. Teesside come away with the ball. Hanif. Not the best connection from Charlie Connolly. Out for a Middlesbrough ball. Down the line, blocked by Jamil Khan.
Can't let the opposition player beat you on that 5.
Hanif to Kath McNichol, over to Sam Mackay. Attempt at goal, on target, cleared once again by Oscar Mulgrew, and a follow-up effort from Umar Hanif goes out for a Teesside steal goal kick. Without question, the player of the match so far. Little has phased the Teesside steal number 10, who is maintaining that clean sheet currently. Oscar Mulgrew, met by Kath McNichol, just gets the better of her initially, and gets the kick in on the around the halfway line on this left-hand side. Will be taken by Jamil Khan. Charlie Connolly on the far right. Oscar Mulgrew more central. Goes to Oscar Mulgrew, traps it up with the front of his chair, off the front of Kath McNichol's, out for another Teesside ball. Charlie Connolly with an attempt at
Great
goal.
flick. Well dealt with by Borough to bring it out. Kath McNichol halfway line. Challenged by Oscar. Oscar wins the challenge, but Kath sees it out very well. Very intelligent play from Middlesbrough's number 7.
Yeah, options on the bench for both sides. Middlesbrough, Cole Forster, Philip Dawes, Ellie Renton. For Teesside, Thomas Met and Luke Heenan.
I think both teams will be pleased with how fair this one's matched out. Even Middlesbrough slightly having the more chances and the better chances.
As you would expect them to have.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think Teesside still will be far the happier of the two so far. They need to remain alert. Good contact between Jamil Khan swiping into that ball. It looks like Millie Bean is reaching for her pocket to award a card. A forceful contact from Jamil Khan. Yellow card, the first of the game. Probably the right decision, but
in the championship,
yeah,
I can think of.
But Jamil Khan very much acknowledged that was forceful contact, and Umar Hanif just getting a readjustment in his chair before this direct free kick.
Good sound effects coming from the Middlesbrough coach as well, just to add to it a bit. Just in case the referee wasn't going to make the decision herself.
Sam Mackay couldn't quite get control on the right hand wing, out of play. Ten and a half minutes remaining. Middlesbrough nil, Teesside still nil. This would be an absolutely brilliant start to the season for Teesside still if they can hold on to it. All the way to Sam Mackay on the right, well blocked by Oscar Mulgrew, who dribbles out of danger, still in play. Two number 16s in Oscar Mulgrew and Umar Hanif. Locked in a 50-50, goes the way of Oscar Mulgrew and Teesside still.
Charlie Connolly just switching sides. It's a weak ball by Jamil.
Yeah, it's them lapses of concentration that Middlesbrough's experience will capitalise on and punish them potentially. Oscar Mulgrew does well.
I think it's more of a cautious thing with Jamil. He doesn't want to hit it, especially with the score being 0-0.
I think you've got to take into consideration confidence as well. For most of these Teesside Steel players, it's some of their first National League football ever, if not in a very long time. So you can allow them that grace period, absolutely.
Part of the pitch just coming up.
Yeah, let me try and get Millie Bean central referee's attention.
Battling away Middlesbrough, trying to find a breakthrough. Umar goes to smack it, just doesn't quite pay off. He gets the pass over to Sam Mackay now. Oscar trying to dribble it out from defence. Just straight into the avenue between Kath McNichol and Umar Hanif. Well kept in by Umar. Jamil switched over in defence. Charlie hits it over. Oh, Jamil just sends it blazing past the post. His substitution.
Looks like it's going to be
Kyle's coming on.
Double.
Charlie's coming off for Tom Met. But in Middlesbrough's camp it is Kyle Forster and Philip Dawes coming on. Sam Mackay and Umar Hanif coming off respectively.
Yeah, can this open up the game?
Great fake there by Kyle Forster.
Catherine Nicol
Nicol searches for the
off
near post.
the left-hand post.
Oscar tries to dribble it out. It's a great flick there by Catherine Nicol. Kyle Forster over to Philip Dawes. Excellent pick off. Lines up the shot. Great save. Kyle lines up the second shot, just wide of the post. This is better for Middlesbrough. Really energetic, lively play. Maybe they've been taught to take risks with them just been over 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, very potentially. Interested to see what Kyle Forster and Philip Dawes can add to this game already. A little bit of energy that they seem to be lacking prior to their substitutions. Kyle Forster now with possession on the right-hand wing for Middlesbrough, the left as you're viewing it. Roll straight out of play for a corner kick. Well left by the Middlesbrough number 10. It'll be taken by Kath McNichol, who has the options of Kyle Forster in a world of space on the edge of the box. Jamil Khan needs to exert a little bit more pressure, which he does. Philip Dawes at the back post, marked by Thomas Met. Kyle Forster's going to attempt the effort at goal.
Oh, it's just wide.
Couldn't quite get the connection. 2-on-1 prior to that, going out of play in favour of Middlesbrough. Very fortunate for them. I think Jamil Khan the player as part of that infringement, just marking out the distance. Kath McNichol's going to position her chair between Oscar Mulgrew and Isaac Murray on the Teesside Steel goal line, and this is arguably their most credible chance. Indirect free kick has to go via the chair of Kath McNichol, tries to force it over the line, is blocked by Isaac Murray and Oscar Mulgrew, who prevent the opening goal. Millie Bean's just going to have a conversation with her official on this left-hand side, not quite sure what she's awarded. I think she's saying that Oscar Mulgrew was potentially off the pitch during that passage of play, denying a goal-scoring opportunity, so could possibly be a red card infringement.
We've seen it last weekend.
Absolutely we did.
And we've seen it twice in
at the angle Owen and I are at, we couldn't quite see it. Looks like the red card is going to be coming out for Oscar Mulgrew.
I'd like to see that one again. I can't
just
tell whether it was on or off.
If Oscar Mulgrew left the field of play to deny a clear and obvious goal-scoring opportunity, he will be awarded a red card, and unfortunately for him, that's exactly the decision that our central referee, Millie Bean, has made. Really unfortunate for him and Teesside Steel, who have been absolutely fantastic all game.
Got that.
So Oscar Mulgrew, as part of that disciplinary decision, has to leave the court, which he does, and now a really credible opportunity for Middlesbrough to score via this penalty kick. Isaac Murray been sensational all game. Can he prevent James Found from scoring the opening goal of the game and Middlesbrough's campaign? Just great concentration from James Found, who goes to the right-hand side. Nothing Isaac Murray could do.
Fantastic penalty.
Middlesbrough 1, Teesside Steel 0, and I can't help but feel incredibly sorry for Teesside Steel. And with 3.5 minutes remaining, Middlesbrough lead the game. James Found, the goal scorer, to take the goal kick. Down to Kath McNichol, off the side of Jamil Khan's chair. It remains live and in place. He wraps her chair around the ball, potentially off, but the referee and official allow play to continue. Jamil Khan going to try and relieve the pressure on his defence. Obviously, they have that player deficit now. We're going to get a substitution as Ellie Renton comes on for Philip Dawes in the Middlesbrough camp. Cole Forster to take. Jamil Khan blocks. Second attempt by Carl Forster, now adorning the number 10 for Middlesbrough. Straight out for a Teesside steel goal kick. Taken by Isaac Murray. I have to give full credit to this Teesside Steel team.
That's a two.
Jamil Khan doing well to prevent the advances of Kath McNichol. Thomas Met has to drop off, has had little to no involvement since his reintroduction this second half, been very isolated in attack. Carl Forster attempts an effort or a pass.
Good pass.
If it was his intention, it was an absolutely brilliant pass, and I don't even think Kath McNichol was on that same wavelength.
I thought he was aiming for this post, but if it was a pass, that was fantastic.
It was really brilliant, so full credit to him. Middlesbrough still have possession and can still attack in this final minute. Middlesbrough 1, Teesside Steel 0. That single penalty from James Found the separating factor between the sides, and obviously that red card for Oscar Mulgrew. Teesside still have to speed things up if they're going to find something from this game. Obviously that player deficit will play a huge factor, so it will be extremely hard to mount an attack of any sort.
I think Steele will be happy.
I think they'll be absolutely delighted with their performances.
Very, very good performance.
Both individually and collectively as a unit. If we can say that an unfortunate red card and penalty decision was the only deciding factor of this game, they will take confidence from the fact that they managed to keep Middlesbrough at bay.
Just shows that it's going to be a tough one to call this season.
I think it will be brilliant. It'll take some beating to top the 22-23 championship, where both at the top and the bottom it went down to some of the last games, which was really exciting to see.
Got a long season ahead of us. Just one game down. Not even that yet. We're in the final minute, seconds.
Yeah, we've had the regulation 20 and late pressure from Jamil Khan, who's going to try and force it into that right-hand post. He's still pressuring away and really unlucky. Nearly found the gap between James Found and Carl Forster, but an assured clearance from the Middlesbrough number 10 puts it out of play, and now we're just into any additional time that our referee Millie Bean has accrued across this second half. No doubt that that red card decision would have added some time onto the clock.
It's going to be a corner.
A very late corner kick for Teesside Steel. Isaac Murray coming up, so
goalkeepers up, all three up.
A great opportunity. Isaac Murray's chair is making a very interesting noise.
Very interesting.
Isaac Murray has an attempt at goal off the line by James Found. Contact.
Not a 2-on-1, I thought it would have been a 2-on-1.
From the Teesside player. James Found to take the resulting direct free kick. And the referee, Millie Bean, blows a whistle for full time. Middlesbrough 1, Teesside Steel 0. Thank you to all that have joined us. Once again, apologies for any technical difficulties experienced. It is that single penalty that gives Borough the 3 points. Commiserations to Teesside Steel, but they'll take huge positives from this game, that they were able to keep potential title challenges at bay for the majority of the game. But yes, once again, thank you to all that have joined us. Join us shortly for the next game on Court B, which will be contested between Greenbank and Norwich, scheduled for kick-off in about 20 minutes' time.
Should be a good one. I've just realised that I've been doing this whole commentary for the whole, 17 minutes just about on mute. So, apologies by me on the technical issues that we've been having. But it's the first weekend of Championship. And it's been a very enjoyable game so far. Score 2 goals to 0 in favour of Greenbank versus Norwich. I'm Owen Swift, and I'm solo for this game. Mike Coleman driving the ball forward. Still Mike Coleman, matched by the wall of Luke Kelly. Cool Hands, I believe his nickname was for Manchester United when he played there. Also a very notable experience that he'll have whilst playing for West Bromwich Albion, alongside the likes of Chris Gordon, Marcus Harrison, and many more pro athletes. He's dropped down to the Championship level to help out the Greenbank team, and hoping to get them to a place where he feels they belong in the Premiership, and a place where, judging by this first half, they're not far off, as an excellent 180 spin hit from Luke Kelly just guides off the keeper. Fantastic save. But 2 goals to 0, as I mentioned, with just over 2 minutes left on the clock for the first half. Greenbank been the better team, however. Norwich have looked very good on the counter, and they're about to prove it. Oh, Ellie Curran nearly beaten in the box there by the young Henry. Flicked over by Henry to Joanne. Mike Coleman tries to get the pick off into dangerous area, but Luke Kelly cuts it out. I think we've got 2 contenders for Player of the Season prospects. Although it is only the first weekend, anything can happen, but one of these would be my favourites to get the accolade and the Championship at the end of the season. George for Norwich City. Take it. And it's just flicked out for a corner. Best attack so far for Norwich. They look to half the deficit just before half time. Plenty of added time, I believe, due to a close near miss of a chair tipping over. Gave our officials quite a fright. Joanne to line up to take this one. Tries to be sneaky and put it behind Luke, anticipating that it'll jump forward. It doesn't. Ellie Curran instructs that the defenders are there, ready. The referee doesn't give a 2-on-1. Luke Kelly over to Ashton, back to Luke Kelly, who just does well to hit it off Mike Coleman. That'll be the final action of the first half. Greenbank lead 2 goals to 0 versus Norwich City, a well-established team with a well-established coaching team. 2 goals down. Greenbank without the notable Marcus Harrison. Stay with us for, come back to us in 5-10 minutes for the second half of this exciting fixture 2 of the PTC Therapeutic Championship between Greenbank and Norwich. Welcome back to the second half of Norwich versus Green Bankerton. All green affair in the Pitch Court B, second game of the season in Championship PTC Therapeutic Care WFA National League. One notable sub, I believe. Two notable subs. I'll go and have a look. Jeanette Birkentail takes up the position of goalkeeper. Not sure what's going on. Maybe a restart of the second half. Number 21 has come on in place of Henry Barnard. Luke Kelly with his 2-on-1 conceded early by Norwich. There were 2 goals down. It's a fantastic ball over Ashton. Luke cuts off Johan, but he's on the ball, so it's all good in the hood. Johan George battling away with Luke Kelly. Luke Kelly winning his fair share of possession. It's been a great performance for him so far in the first game of Greenbank's campaign. On his debut for Greenbank, I believe. Mike Coleman gets a flick. Jacob intercepts. Slight chair issue. Fixed there by assistant referee Millie Bean. Jacob battling away with Mike Corman. I'll be slightly disappointed with the first half. Jeanette comes out, the substitute goalkeeper does very well to defend. Ashton pokes it back to Luke Kelly, but out it'll go for a Norwich City sideline. Mike Coleman sees it through for number 21, Norwich City. It's a great hit up by Luke Kelly, but blocked unfortunately. And it's a great advantage by our Finnish referee, Mika. Finally got a nice breeze coming through onto Court B with the doors open. I think that's where you'll find me most of it. Temperatures set to hit 31 degrees today in our home, Nottingham. Oh, it's brilliant work there from Jacob. For Greenbank, sent upfield. Luke Kelly Mike Coleman intercepts Luke Kelly's pass. Coleman dribbles upfield. He's managed to win a sideline. Norwich can't quite get the better of the Greenbank defence. And it's a quick counter from Luke Kelly, who's charged all the way from his box to the opponent's box. But Mike Coleman puts it out. Well intercepted there. Well intercepted by Jeanette Birkenfield. Greenbank ball. Two early goals in the first half is all that separates the two teams at the minute. Norwich set up for this 4-out system now. Not a well delivered ball. Luke Kelly hits it up. Joanne, can he get round it? Certainly give it a go. He does, and it's well won. Sorry, by Joanne to get Norwich City this set play. Mike Coleman. Another one to come. It's quite a big hitter, Mike Coleman. Jeanette has pushed right the way up as well. The goalkeeper for Norwich. Oh, and they're just trying to exploit a possible weakness in the Greenbank defence, trying to put it behind goalkeeper Ellie Curran. Luke Kelly in his own box now. I'm sure it won't be long before he's up his own into the other box, sorry. But Mike Coleman trying to force something here. Trying to use the goalkeeper sort of block Luke Kelly from getting to it. He knows that he is arguably one of the best players in the championship. Mike to Joanne, great bit of play. It's unfortunate there. Darren Hunter, coach for Norwich City, a little bit disappointed with that one, but I'm sure he'll be applauding the play that happened. Jacob swings and hits it and wins a sideline. Johan in the centre of the pitch. Jacob lines up for the hit and just dribble out for a goal kick. Just under 10 minutes left of the match-up. Greenbank leading. Great player there. It's well picked up by Luke Kelly. It's a great shot on target, but Jeanette deals well with it. Marked out by Paul Pearson. Mika, the ref, trips over one of the players. Ashton. Luke Kelly dribbling it down to the wing. Gets a flick to Jacob. It's a great hit. It's lined up. Well, hit by Luke Kelly. Oh, and it just goes through. But no real pace on the ball. It was more of an accidental hit. Off the back end of player 30's chair. Rosie Hodgson. Notable character on the coaching team for Norwich. Her local side, although she does play for Aspire, Premier League champions. What much more experience can you get with a Premier League winners medal coaching you at this level? Mike Coleman. Luke Kelly. Oh, it's been given here 2-on-1 for Norwich in favour. Mentioned Darren Hunter, he's also at the St George's Park CP football FA Cup final, where unfortunately he managed the Norwich City CP team, I think it was, but they got beat in the final. Great character to have alongside Rosie Hodgson on the coaching team. Well invested he is. Mike Coleman over to Joanne, put out by Greenbank. Oh, it's very well done. Bumper to bumper, so play will go on. Jeanette Birkentale does well. Luke Kelly spreads it across over to Ashton. The player hasn't gone out yet. Luke Kelly to give one last push for the final 6 minutes of this game. Joanne can't quite keep it in for Norwich. Kelly gets a flick. Great pass back. Nice bit of play here from Greenbank. We've had a substitution. Joanne's made way for Barnard. Henry. Oh, just getting in Mike Bowman's way, but referee allows it as he was trying to get out the way. Millie Bean backs out the 5. Oh, it's just not accurate enough from Luke Kelly. Norwich would have possibly wanted a little bit more from this than a 2-goal loss. Still time yet, 4 minutes. And start off with a sideline deep in their own half, which will be that deep it's took by the goalkeeper. Intercepted. Very dangerous play there. Has to be accurate if they're going to do that. It's a great ball over. Ashton does well to win the sideline, but I'm sure he'd have preferred a goal or an assist. Luke Kelly lines up for the hit. Mike Coleman defends well against Ashton. Oh, he's brilliantly brought that out. Can he win something or take it further upfield? He's done the latter. Ball up. Henry. Luke Kelly over to Ashton. Not sure why Mike's sitting off there. Winning the sideline deep into. There's a great ball. Oh, and it's well slotted deep into Norwich's half. As I was about to say, Jacob wins the sideline, plays it out to a drifting Luke Kelly, who was pretty much halfway line. Played it. A beautiful ball over Ashton to grab his second of the game. Action finished on pitch A. Sale United versus Bournemouth, I believe it is 0-0. Eddie Curran has come out a goal. Oh, Ashton does well to save that one, knock it out for a corner. Or sideline, is it corner? as well. Sideline ball. Oh, is it a goal? Goal kick? Goal kick. I have no idea what's going on. I've got Danke's father, Tony, winding me up here in the commentary box. Totally distracting me. It's cleared out from a goal kick. All the way up. Greenbank will be happy just to see these final 7 seconds go down. I think it's going to be a strong contender for man of the match between Luke Kelly and Ashton. I think Luke Kelly has been absolutely fantastic and slotted in this team very well, as you would imagine he would, with the wealth of experience that he's got. Norwich will be a little bit disappointed with allowing 3 goals in. They'll want to be up there this season. But as will Greenbank. Greenbank will be pretty much favourites after that display, as the teams shake hands for the end of the game. The final score is Greenbank 3, Norwich City 0. Join us for the next game in roughly 15 minutes between see if I can find who is on. But yeah, Norwich City, a deserved loss possibly, an unfortunate one by the scoreline. Join us for Teesside Steel versus Villa Rocket Lions in just over 8 minutes time. There's a switch on the chair, like on that. Yeah, just switch it off. On this one? Yeah. No, the other one. Is it definitely off? There's the other one. Hello and welcome to the first half. We are slightly into this game by 6.5 minutes. Teesside Steel versus Villa Rockets. On commentary team is myself, Owen Swift, and Chris King. How are you?
Oh, good. How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. A little bit warm. I think it might be a record temperature for National League weather today. Certainly the hottest I've known it since I've been playing in my short career of 14 years.
Well, in my career, three is definitely the hottest.
Yeah.
Three.
We are goalless in this so far, but Steel having probably the better of the chances so far. Notable missing out player is Oscar Mulgrew, who got sent off by a decision in the first game, the Middlesbrough derby. Jamil battles away with Mason.
There we go.
Well, one corner, or is it
Goal kick. Goal kick.
Captain Mason doing well to win a goal kick there. His team slightly in danger. Nicky Bacon, new signing, making a National League debut for Villa Rockets as the whole team, because they just qualified through the playoffs this season.
Well, is it technically Villa Rocket Lions?
Sorry, Villa Lions. Villa Lions.
Don't want to get told off for pronouncing it wrong.
Villa Rocket Lions, I believe the full name. Jamil chasing backwards in reverse. Troy Willicombe cut out well.
Forgetting 2-on-1. Villa way. Villa line got some new signings. Nicky Baker from Brighton and Troy Willicombe from Norwich.
Yep. Two great signings. Harry Shenton, Reece fell at Cheltenham All Stars before they turned into Nomad Knights. Jamil, centre
that looked painful.
didn't it? They're often the worst ones when the ball gets stuck between two chairs. Jamil has it dangerously. It's a great shot. Oh, it's off the post and saved by Isaac Murray. John Sherman has given a 2-on-1, however.
I don't know what they're saying there. Maybe
both the captains in, I believe, to have a brief word about contact.
Maybe just to try keep the ball rolling as well.
Possibly, yeah.
Good block.
Good interception there by Thomas Met.
Goal kick for Villa Rocket Lions. Teesside were very unlucky in that opening game.
Yeah.
With like last minute sending a penalty.
Last 5 minutes it would have been a very good draw. More so for Steel than it was Middlesbrough. Isaac comes out to meet it. Oh, he's beaten by Mason, sorry. Oh, he goes on a run forward.
Good ball.
Jamil cuts it out very well. Used to play back in 2006 for England. making the World Cup in 2009, I believe, in Japan, possibly 2007. Jamil does well to get so far. Troy over to Mason. Harry Shenton.
Intercepted by Carly, looks to draw it out the pitch. Fire for Teesside still. I like the new rule of managing to stay in that technical area.
Yeah. It's a nightmare though if you're in a wheelchair and you're
Yeah.
managing.
Yeah, with quite a few champions sitting. Well, have.
Coaches in wheelchairs. Jamil attacking Nicky Baker.
That
Has he won a corner? He has.
corner
Maybe Jamil saw something we didn't, but he decided that
swing it to the back post.
Jamil can get a hit, powerful hit when he wants to on this. On that, Harry Shenton over to Mason, going to be cut out by Jamil Khan again. Got a good match up on court here between Leeds Dynamos and Muscle Warriors.
We got Muscle Warriors later. That'll be an exciting game.
Should have been watching that one. Oh, it's a good hit.
I did try to, but
From that,
but
breaking
no,
the ball.
no, load
That's
them.
contact in the back of the chair, but play goes on. Tom Met tries to get round it. Teesside look the more dangerous so far. Teesside Steel in this matchup. We have 5.5 minutes left, just under. It's 0-0, an exact replica of the playoff games that we saw in June. Isaac hits it back upfield, but it won't do anything as it is a set piece for Villa, I believe. Mason. Oh, it's a hit from Troy Willacombe there. But Steve Kerrison just couldn't make it.
But
Jamil to take this over to Tom. Tries to dummy it, but doesn't quite pay off. Tom met with limited manoeuvrability in his neck to look round. Does well to beat Mason. He's got quite a lot of upper body strength. It's always good to see players with weaknesses beating the players with a lot of upper body strength.
sometimes it's not about physicality, it's just how you move the ball.
Exactly that.
Most
already blown before Tom gave away the penalty, which is very lucky. Jamil was screaming his teammate, his captain, to stay out the box. Tom obviously fell on deaf ears and he went, gave away the infringement.
Yeah.
Troy hits it, but it's well defended. It's a bit of a poor ball, but Jamil's straight on it. Jam sets up early.
They're gonna counter.
Good pass there to Tom Met. Jamil keeps it in just. He's having to go alone. No support available to him. Gets it into the corner. Can he win something?
Very close match up there.
Yeah, very.
2-1. Oh no, didn't blow.
Steve Harrison. Another new signing. Villa Rockets been one of the most productive during the transfer window. Villa Rockets Lions. Not really gone.
Don't eat them.
John. Keep smiling, John.
Yeah.
Cleared away by Jamil. Troy battling away. Tries to get the swing. Troy versus Jamil. Jamil, up he goes. The pitch, can he keep it in? Oh, he does well to knock it off. Mason. It's a big hit. And a shot on goal, but it'll be given as a 2-on-1. Promising area for Steele. 30 seconds left on the clock.
So gonna be bloke on that back post waiting. Someone go in the middle. We don't really work there. I don't think he was meant to do that.
No, I think he meant to show Tom where he should have been. Jamil intercepts, gets slightly fouled, but
That's a
referee with on. Another foul there. Referee has brought it back. No, he hasn't. He's given half time. The score 0-0. Fair reflection of the game, which has been pretty much a 1v1 all game between number 8 of Mason Hinley versus number 4 of Jamil Khan for Teesside Steel. Catches in 5 minutes for the second half, live from Nottingham Trent Uni on this boiling hot Saturday afternoon.
I, I can't say it because they can hear me, but it's blinking boiling. It, I played a minute ago, thought I was going to combust. I thought I was going to start again in a minute. I thought I was going to combust. It was so hot. Hello and welcome back to PTC Therapeutic Championship Game 1 at Nottingham Trent University, where we'll be commentating the second half of Finalization Lines v Teesside. Currently it is I'm already on. Oh, hello and welcome back to PTC Therapeutic Championship Game 1 Villa Rocket Line VT Fight. There currently nothing to separate these two as such like the game in June. Then, like we said earlier, it is probably the hottest story weekend ever. Mason on the ball, positive control, try and the 30. Look, I know it's over. That's a bit strange from the goalkeeper. Not okay, normal stuff. Oh well, that's 1-0 to Middlesbrough alone. I think that will be put down on the Willicum goal because it was on time.
So they took the switch on. The switch.
Hello, welcome back to my co-commentator.
I feel like I've missed a goal, is that right?
Yeah,
The second I go to the loo.
yeah, you missed it.
Oh,
Foot
good
one,
bit of play.
it was Troy's foot that was deflected in.
Right. Jamil gets round it. Can he? Oh,
No.
tries to push it off the goalkeeper, Nicky Baker. But you'd have to get up pretty early to catch her out, I think. She's been in the game a little bit too long to fall for something like that.
See now, all the tricks in the book.
Certainly does.
Oh, what lucky there, but Troy.
Good hit upfield by Jamil from the goal kick. Was there a lot that could have been done to prevent the goal?
No, he and the player chair position, and it was just not right, and it badly just deflected in.
Luke does well to get around it. Can you keep it in?
Super.
Mason gets a flick. Troy. It's gone out already. Great ball forward by Luke. I think they've made that substitution so that they can play more attacking football, and with that comes risks and rewards, but fortunately at the minute it's been a risk that hasn't benefited. Played some beautiful stuff at times, like now. Troy looks to him. They've improved a hell of a lot since last season. He looks much more ball control on, and looks to be have took a leading role in defence. It's a long advantage that.
It's difficult when you go into a new team and have to adapt the play style to what the team plays. So it's done a great job at that. And he looks through one of the, I think he'll be one of the stand up in the league. Corner keeper still connecting for the game up.
Jamil will take this one. Jamil can't.
Ball from Carl into the middle.
Well defended by Mason.
And fine to the third down.
Oh, it's a great save. Hit in by Jamil. Went straight for goal.
No, I don't think Middlesbrough hit line were quite set up though.
Yeah, they weren't. Jamil plays it short. Troy does well to get stuck in. Jamil does well to stay out of it. Oh, loses out and gives away the foul. Oh, does Troy? Troy gives away the foul.
Troy. It will be one bumper.
Yeah, bit of an odd one. But from my angle, maybe a little bit different to the referee. Jamil. Over to Luke. Tries to get it to Jamil.
Wilson drive it towards the halfway line but can't quite get it past Carl. Doing a great job. Can't get past him. Oh, trying to
If he'd have got that, dare I say, it'd have gone in. Tom goes for the shot.
Oh,
Luke tries to get the assist.
I think,
Foul again, Steele inside the box
thinking,
to ease the pressure.
thinking just hitting that bumper there. Two points still come out in the second half after that goal. Probably the more dangerous team.
Jamil.
And that'll that'll be a corner.
It should be a corner, but it's not. Unbelievable.
I swear that came off the Villa player.
I thought it did as well, but my memory isn't the sharpest.
But
Mason tries to dummy. Gets a good flick off.
and they say the referee is always correct.
Exactly that, Chris. Jamil does well to dribble so far. Gets it further up the pitch from what he started.
Oh. Till one just too close when they were Nicky Baker. But we're at the halfway stage of the first half.
Second half.
Yeah.
Gotta keep you corrected.
Oh my god.
Has it gone that quick you think we're still in the first half? Is that what it is?
No, it's a heat. No, it was the first half of the second half.
Yes, exactly. I'll let you off then.
If you let me finish.
You
That's
talked
it.
your way out of that one.
That's exactly what I was going
It's
to
a
say.
hit.
No. Just one by Villa looking down. That will go down one of the commentating errors of the year.
Jamil to take this goal kick. Tom's in acres of space, but maybe a little bit far out. He tries to hit it up, but Mason does very well.
Here we are.
Tom
Jeremy
does
Jones.
excellent to get the better of him. Can he get a flick?
Think he wants a corner there.
Tom does well. Can he get round it? That was brilliant. The referee gets out the red card. And Tom immediately goes, red card. and then he produces the yellow card. The referee, John Sherman. And a brilliant bit of comedy gold there from the pair, Tom Met and John Sherman.
I don't think Teesside still can afford another player being sent up this weekend.
I know.
That
We are the
was,
bare bones if any more get sent off.
I remember getting a yellow card 2 seasons ago.
Yeah? Oh, it's brilliant play.
Yeah.
Jamil and
Good.
Mason dribbling it
Goodbye.
down to the corner.
Oh. So,
Luke does well to stay out of it. But referee John Sherman says that enough is enough for that. It was a little bit too close, was Luke Keenan. And a free kick will be given. Slightly higher up than we first thought. Vincent's ball is intercepted by Luke Keenan.
I'm not moved forward to put it.
Another foul given against Teesside Steel. And that'll be his final piece of play for the time being. Isaac Murray comes on in place of Luke Keenan.
I'm surprised they keep a mat on her, so let's give her a yellow card, 'cause
I
you got,
believe that they can't because they've got no PF1s on the bench. So that'll be the thinking behind that one.
you're a lot more observant than I am.
It's only because I know this team a little bit. Substitute. Joe Kerrison's made way for Harry Shenton for Villa Rocket Lions. Troy gets a very good hit on it. Harry's open at the back stick.
Oh,
Charlie
great.
clears that one out. The goalkeeper. His first real involvement in this half since the goal.
Yeah. What's happening? Oh, stop, sorry,
The straps fell off the
go.
goalkeeper Charlie Connolly. I believe Leeds Dynamos are 2 goals down now. On pitch here. Still 1-0 on this.
Straps being reinforced by the Teesside coach. I went back underway.
Harry
Fulham,
Shenton to take this ball. Jamil Khan waiting for it as well.
I don't think anyone knows the ball. Oh, Teesside still.
Teesside still ball. Isaac with a fantastic hit upfield. Oh, and his chair's wrapped in.
Oh,
Probably to do with the heat. Quite possibly there's nothing the referee can do.
look, the battery level looks like it's alright for what I could see.
Yeah,
Look,
shouldn't be wrapping in just yet.
it stopped again. It indicated to come off here. Referee, not stopping
Referee
it.
still. Has the referee given the stop?
I didn't think he indicated that, but oh well. Never gonna fall. Oh, cool. But on top in the last 3 to 4 minutes.
We just want him to run the clock down, I imagine.
There will be a couple of minutes of added time here. Now there's a fly attacking us.
A bit of a wasted corner.
Probably one of the final chances for Teesside to get out of the picture. Oh,
That's a
but
good clearance there by Nicky Baker. The veteran goalkeeper in net for Villa Rocket Lions.
but
From one veteran to another, Jamil Khan to take this. Over to Luke Keenan.
oh.
Championship's great because you can get an ex-England player playing against someone who's never ever played before.
Yeah.
Jamil Khan.
But it's good to
Reversing in there.
good.
Oh,
Oh,
it's a Villa card.
yellow or red?
The yellow this
Yeah.
time. An orange card, I think that was.
Yeah.
From my angle, that looked orange. Maybe he's put it in the wash with his red card.
Wherever they bought the car packs from, they need to send them back.
It must be off Wish, I think.
99p.
99p Wish purchase there. Or maybe because he's from Hull. He maybe washed it with his Hull kit.
Maybe.
Charlie needs to react to this. He does. Jamil's trying to pressure, get the ball back. Troy with the shot. Great block there. Luke Keenan hits it upfield. Only as far as Mason. Luke Keenan now. Dribbling it towards goal. Last ditch attack. Tom Met gives away the 2-on-1 again. Well, Chris, the time's come for your man of the match.
Probably gonna give it to the goal scorer, or at least the goal creator, Troy Willicott. I think he's had an excellent game with a few chances and I've really taken this game.
I have to agree with you on that one. I think he's really shown what he's about in this Villa team. Maybe for Nomads he was not quite used to the full potential, but that's what a change of teams can do, can really bring out a player. And the final score, Villa Rocket Lions 1, Teesside Steel 0.
What a game it's been.
Yeah, an early second half goal after a goalless first half when Villa Rocket Lions took the lead through, who was the goal scorer?
I think it will go down under Troy Willicott.
Troy Willicott goal. That's in the end the winner.
Yeah.
So join us next on Part B
Wow.
for, I'm guessing it's Middlesbrough, a return into the field, versus West Brom Dudley.
Dudley.
West Brom Dudley. There's too many to choose from West Brom.
Yeah. I have to think about that then.
influence within football? Yeah, it's a difficult one. It's so unique that
Yeah.
you've got an energy drink brand who's now world leading in BMX, hockey, all the stunt stuff. I mean, what they've done with Teesside and Leipzig is amazing.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to game week 1 of the 2023-24 PTC Therapeutics Championship here at the Lee Westwood Sports Centre, where we are soon to kick off in this intriguing game between Middlesbrough and Norwich. Delighted to be joined on commentary by Greenbank PFC's Liam Ashton. How are you, Liam?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm not bad at all. Really excited for this game. I think, for those that don't know, we put out a expression of interest form for commentators to volunteer their services to kind of talk through and analyse our games. And this was the game that I was most interested for this weekend. Both have already played a game today. Middlesbrough had a closely contested affair with Teesside Steel earlier this morning. It took a red card and resulting penalty for them to get the 3 points in that. Norwich struggled. I'm sure we can talk about that, Liam, against Greenbank. What was your analysis of that game, and anything to kind of highlight or to make our viewers pay attention to in this game?
Yeah, Norwich are very good in the dribble. They're quite hard to break down defensively. Even when you're round the box with the triangle passing, it's difficult. With their blocking and their goalkeeping is very good.
Yeah.
But this should be a really good game with Middlesbrough.
A lot of people have predicted Middlesbrough will be very much in consideration for the title and or automatic promotion. They struggled to break down Teesside Steel earlier this morning, but ultimately they came away with the 3 points, which is the most important factor at play.
Definitely. But you say Middlesbrough's defence is very good. They only conceded 10 goals last season. They fared best in the Championship.
They did, and we were just speaking off air kind of about Greenbank's expectations for the upcoming season, and following such a brilliant start, no doubt they'll have title aspirations. You obviously mentioned Middlesbrough as one of those key competing teams.
Yeah, definitely.
So
many other teams that it's looking like a very strong year.
It is. It's so competitive across the board. So there is no real predicting. It was so competitive last year. You can attest to that more than most. And I think we're in for more of the same this season. So really intrigued and interested to get into this. We'll go through the team lineups. Norwich have Hannah Murgatroyd in goal. In front of her, they have Mike Coleman with wingers of Johan George and Henry Bernard. Middlesbrough, James Found occupying in the goalkeeper role for Middlesbrough. It looks like Kyle Forster will be playing centrally with wingers of Sam Mackay and Kath McNichol. Mike Coleman just dribbling into the top right-hand corner.
Winning a corner.
Interesting to see that Middlesbrough have opted to keep Umar Hanif on the bench for this second game. And following this corner, we'll just talk about probably the reasons and rationales behind that as it fires over to Henry Bernard, who has an attempt at goal, cleared brilliantly by Kyle Forster. It remains 0-0.
Yeah.
So yeah, as this break in play, just talking about Umar Hanif, I think both himself and Sam are due to undergo surgical operations within the next few weeks / months. So it's very much a responsibility of Carolyn Bean as the coach to experiment with her team to ensure in their absence their players are comfortable operating in certain positions. We're starting to see Carl Forster in that central role. Typically he's more of a wide player, but in the absence of Umar Hanif, when he's out of action, they need to ensure that they've got players that are competent and proficient in operating in them roles. So really great to see that they're doing that as soon as they possibly can to best prepare the team as a whole.
Yeah. With also keeping him off, you can see him as being a player to come on to change the game if Middlesbrough are struggling to break Norwich down.
Absolutely. I think I've, in a few interactive polls that we run, I had him down as the player, the predicted Championship player of the season. At that time I was unaware of the potential absences that may follow, but he's such a brilliant player. And even in their earlier game, he was operating in that central role, whereas last season, and certainly for the majority of last season's games, he was utilised as the goalkeeper with Kath McNichol just in front.
Yeah.
But good early pressure from Norwich. Middlesbrough yet to really break out of their own defensive half. I will say it's a big season for James Found, who is very highly regarded in both the Borough camp, current member of the Regional Emergent Talent Programme. Coleman straight towards goal, cleared by James Found, that player in question.
See Forrester and Found being the main players for Middlesbrough maybe, eventually.
Certainly at the moment, they're attacking wingers of Sam Mackay and Kath McNichol, fairly isolated, so yeah, absolutely Cole Forster and James Found will be very much involved in the majority of the action, both in defence and attack. Mackay into Forster, guides it goal bound just into the side of Hannah Murgatroyd's chair.
Norwich soak up the pressure and
it's a great ball from Carl Forster. Connection not quite there from Catherine McNichol. Murgatroyd to take. Down to the extremely bright and talented Henry Bernard. Mike Coleman just getting hit the right hand side of his chair, wrapped around that ball to prevent the initial chance from Catherine McNichol. Does brilliantly well. I think that highlights what you was talking about, Liam, them being a dribble inside. Very effective at keeping the ball very close to his bumper as he dribbled out of danger.
And winning the throw-in. A little tap of the ball. Working their way up the line here, Norwich. Could be a very good chance on goal here.
How did the scoring work in Greenbank's earlier 3-0 win? How many goals did you score in the first half and who scored them?
I scored the first goal.
Nice.
Which was a great start for us, and then it was Jacob Bush-Platt with the second goal in the first half, and then towards the end of the second half I got one at the end. Which is
2 goals to start your season. How many goals did you get across last year?
Not many at all. I think it was about 5.
So you're already well on course to beat that within game week 1.
Yeah. I got about 10 goals the season before, but I think this is looking to be one of our best seasons.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of expectation around Greenbank. The recent transfer of Luke Kelly, who's just sitting to our right, has really created a buzz around Greenbank.
Yeah.
And you've gone from a team potentially challenging for promotion or looking at maybe that playoff position in third to someone who can a team that can really challenge at the very top.
Yeah. It's looking like Middlesbrough and Norwich might be our maybe biggest competitors, but I've seen Villa, Rocket Lions have a very strong team by the looks of it. Haven't seen them play this season yet, though.
No, I'm not sure what the score was. It was the game prior to this one against Teesside still. The problem with that, I was going to say inexperience for Villa Rockets Lions, but they've had some shrewd appointments. Joe and Steve Kerrison, Nicky Baker, who are all established Premiership players, or certainly have vast experience operating in the top division. So what that will add to the Villa Rockets team is invaluable.
Definitely.
Johan George with the corner kick on the right hand side into the box. Nice clearance from James Fan, sets away Sam Mackay, who flicks it. I would have probably liked to see him to try and switch the play as opposed to force that effort towards the goal of Norwich, but irrelevant of that fact, they come away with the kick in, so they've switched the momentum almost immediately, and now an opportunity for Sam Mackay to put a ball in the box. Carl Forster there, but off the side of Hannah Murgatroyd's chair. Pick off from Sam Mackay into the side of Mike Coleman.
Norwich showing a defensive brilliance, really, and getting the ball and taking it back out again. In the dribble as well. Keeping the control of the ball.
Yeah, that's good persistent work from Johan George. Very patient.
Yeah.
It's a very good trait to have in power effort. Will have the patience to and draw the opposition in. .5 minutes to go. Murgatroyd to Johan George on the right. Flicked back but blocked well by Kath McNichol. Out for a Norwich kick-in. Henry Barnard fairly isolated on the left-hand wing. Only had a handful of involvement. No doubt Norwich will want to try and get him into the game. Such an exciting young player to watch last season. And hopefully he can build on that experience to be a real key asset in this Norwich side, who we've already spoken about as having, they'll have quite aspirations of being in the mix for either the playoff spot or automatic promotion. It's so tight to call.
Yeah.
Forster.
Middlesbrough attacking very well here, keeping the passing going.
Yeah, really nice distribution from Carl Forster in the middle. He's got a real job in his hands to prevent Mike Coleman from advancing.
Yeah.
Does well there. Good contact between both of them. Reluctant to let off, and Carl Forster sensibly just guides it out of play and regains position in the defensive wall of Middlesbrough.
Forrest are doing very well in the middle last season. With playing against him, he's very determined in the dribble. Always trying to get past you.
And I had a conversation with him prior to their opening game against Teesside still to just say it's such a huge season for you. You can seize the opportunity with both hands. If and when there is absences within the Middlesbrough team. He's already doing a brilliant job in the central role here against one of the more efficient teams within the division. And if he can hold his own against Norwich, when Middlesbrough come to play teams considered to be more towards the bottom of the championship, he will really thrive. Contact there, our referee Mika Walston, who has come over from Finland for the weekend, just having a conversation with Johan George. Quick substitution as that happens. Sam Mackay and Carl Forster both leaving the field of play. Umar Hanif and Ellie Renton coming on. Actually, the direct free kick will be in the favour of Norwich as opposed to Middlesbrough, which I thought was the resulting decision. But Hannah Murgatroyd to take to Henry Bernard.
Good pass. The
Ellie-
wing. Just
Ellie Renton didn't quite have the accuracy on that pick off to find Umar Hanif in the central role.
but Umar comes and cleans the pass up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he does when compared to Carl Forster, who's just left. Gives us a great opportunity to directly compare their effectiveness in that central position, where and we can see they're experimenting constantly to try and figure out what players can operate in what positions. So you won't often see this amount of alterations and switches, certainly with regards to that central position.
Norwich getting in a good position. Get the pass, but just intercepted by the goalkeeper. Middlesbrough get the throw, free kick off a 2-on-1, I think.
Yep, I think that was the case. Ellie Renton very high on this right hand wing. Umar Hanif desperately trying to find the space to fire the ball down in that direction, but Mike Coleman, as we all come to expect, is persistent. He'll never give up. One of those players it must be horrible to play against.
I've had experience. He's can be very frustrating not being able to get the ball past them. You have to try and pass it around Norwich, really.
Yeah, and they certainly are trying that, Middlesbrough. The passing lanes have been slightly blocked off since Umar Hanif come into play. But I think credit for that is owed to Norwich for breaking down that momentum. I just think that the first goal of this game, will set the tide. If Middlesbrough can find or open the scoring, Norwich will then be forced to try and equalise, and the game will become much more open. I think Norwich are happy to defend with this low block approach,
and then counter on the break.
Exactly. It is such an effective trait and tactical approach that teams utilise within power chair football. If you know you're not as technically proficient as the team you're facing, sit back, absorb the pressure. The more confident they get, the more players they'll commit in attacking phases of play, and then if you can have that decisiveness in countering,
A quick counter attack can catch the opposition out. Definitely what Norwich do a lot.
Catherine McNichol flicked towards the left-hand post. Hannah Murgatroyd very much alert. So we're going to get a corner kick taken by the Middlesbrough number 7, Catherine McNichol. Surely into Umar Hanif, really good option. But they had a very similar chance like that in the Teesside game, and they didn't quite get the angle to force a real credible effort at goal. The defensive duo of Coleman and Murgatroyd very comfortable with that opportunity as we tick over 5 minutes remaining, or just under. No real opportunities to challenge either Murgatroyd or found in the goals of Norwich and Middlesbrough respectively. I don't think James Founder's had a touch in the last 10 minutes.
No. On throw-ins here, Norwich trying to get it to Bernardi. Pass it to Coleman. Sometimes he touches it to get it past the player, but sometimes he just lets it run over. That's a thing Norwich do on throw-ins. Kick-ins.
Substitution signalled by our referee, Ellie Renton, coming off. Looks like Philip Dawes will be the player entering the court. Unfortunate for Ellie Renton, I don't think she had very many, if any, involvement in that short spell. And unless Middlesbrough can start to find them passing lanes we've already referenced, Philip Dawes will probably be very isolated also in that attacking role, high on the right-hand side as you view it. No real direction on that pass from Umar Hanif.
Hanif been keeping Norwich up the pitch towards their own goal, but not really creating any chances. With Forrest Day, he created a few chances. Bit more passing when he was on. Norwich in the attack now. Trying to get their passing going, but Middlesbrough pick it off.
No, I do agree. Since Carl Forster came off, Middlesbrough seem to be lacking that decisiveness. Certainly in the final third, he was very effective at distribution to his wingers. At that time, being Kath McNichol and Sam Mackay. So I wonder if they'll try and tinker. I'd really love to see Umar Hanif operating in a wide position. Maybe if they can shift him to the right-hand wing and bring Carl Forster into that central role and play with James Found, Carl Forster, Umar Hanif and Kath McNichol. I think that could be a really exciting starting for
the second half. It might be the thing.
That being said, I've just looked. I was assuming that Umar Hanif was a PF1 classification. With Philip Dawes being a PF1, I don't think that would be viable as a starting for Middlesbrough.
If they brought Renton into goal, maybe that could work.
That could work. That could work, and or Philip Dawes, or shifting Kath McNichol back into goal.
I'm playing with the keeper out more,
and that's something I want to see if they can do this season. Is have that confidence to play. I'm not necessarily saying 4 out, but a more expansive style of football where they feel comfortable introducing the goalkeeper into the attacking phases of play. Obviously, leaves you and can leave you so vulnerable
to the counter.
Exactly, and that's why the majority of teams don't do them. If you don't have the players that can operate within them roles, certainly that goalkeeper position, they're a rarity. Goalkeepers that feel comfortable advancing out of their box.
Yeah.
Kath McNichol intercepted well by Johan George, who's going to hopefully resume that attack for Norwich. Flicked it back to Mike Coleman. Play continues. Back to Johan George. Does well to keep it in. Exchanging some passes with his captain.
Intercepted by Cole.
Yeah, but that's the problem with, on the topic of Henry Bernard, he's been very isolated, had little to no touches, so when he's involved, his timing and or connection may suffer as a result of that isolation.
It's usually a very good goal threat.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head how many goals Henry Bernard had last season, but no doubt, I think around 10 or so, so he'll want to match or beat that total. I think one of the youngest players in our whole National League. So exciting to see players of his age competing at the top level. And when I say top level, I refer to the whole kind of National League. It's
Premiership and Championship.
Yeah, there's no
high level.
If you're not, unfortunately, there's very few opportunities for passengers to be within the National League. You need to add something. The referee blows the whistle for half-time. Nothing to separate the teams at the half-time interval. So we go into the break. Middlesbrough 0, Norwich 0. Join myself and Liam Ashton for the second half shortly.
I still on or no?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the second half in this fixture between Middlesbrough PFC and Norwich City PFC, currently at a deadlock, 0-0. Once again you join myself, Ryan Sipple, and my co-commentator Liam Ashton to talk you through the action. Any predictions for the second half, Liam?
I think it's going to be a one goal win for either side. It's looking like Middlesbrough maybe with the more attacking, if Forrester coming on into the middle again, it looks like.
Yeah, he was. I think they were much better, much brighter, far more efficient in the attacking phases of play when he was occupying in that central position. So I think the coaching setup of Middlesbrough have acknowledged that, and this is a good team for Middlesbrough. Once again, Umar Hanif has come off, which lends to that point, or emphasises the point, that they are really experimenting and kind of predicting that they will have a lot of chopping and changing this season due to player availability. But from what we saw, myself and Liam, certainly with regards to Kyle Forster, he was really bright. So in the absence of Umar Hanif or potentially Sam Mackay across the season, they should be in fairly safe hands. But the only factor that you need to consider at that stage is squad depth.
Yeah.
Without two key players, irrelevant if they're first team starters or not, will have a effect on performances and durability and consistency across the season.
It's definitely important to have squad depth. I know previously last season with Greenbank we've struggled because illnesses can happen and anything like that, or people can't travel and certain things. So squad depth is very important, especially in power football.
Kyle Forster exhibiting that distribution we was referencing a few minutes ago. Just really snappy with his chances and his passes. And there we go.
Wow.
That's the best chance of the game, without question. Exchange passes initially started by Kyle Forster. Went via Sam Mackay to Captain McNichol. Fired it diagonally across the box. Sam Mackay not quite there to capitalise, but good early pressure from Borough.
Yeah.
The warning signs are there for Norwich.
Hit the post. Close as you can get without scoring. Really, Forrester keeping the pace of the game, really. He's making it faster, trying to catch Norwich out. That attack was started by a Forrester kick in that was very quickly taken.
Yeah, and just as he was taking that, I spoke about the kind of the decisiveness and the snappiness of his passes. Trying to catch Norwich unaware when they're trying to regroup, when it goes out for set balls or kick-ins or whatever it may be, can prove a real asset. And that's something that he's obviously taken into consideration.
Yeah. Middlesbrough really attacking now. Norwich. With the most pressure they've had all game.
I would definitely agree, but that also plays into the potential of a Norwich counter-attack, with James Found for the majority of this half so far being the only defensive player within Middlesbrough's half. Forster down to Mackay. Johan George trying to mount a counter-attack, but Forster being brilliantly just shielding the ball. Dispossesses the Norwich number 6, has possession on this left-hand wing. Cap McNichol now in the centre, looking for that pick-off.
Trying to win the corner here, trying to pass it out as well. But again, Coleman with his dribbling and being stubborn and not letting Forrester pass them has definitely helped them. Forrester winning the kick in a dangerous position. Very close to going in. Great save.
So Mike Coleman with the kick in, down to Johan George, tries to flick it in between the gap of James Found and Cole Forster. Quickly taken by Kath McNichol, gives possession back to Norwich, but that precise distribution from Cole Forster once again proving an asset for Borough.
Found doing well, really, with not getting much saves in. If you can be lose focus a bit there, but he's kept his focus. Done the saves. Middlesbrough could beat that record of less than 10 goals conceded this season.
That would take some doing. I think the competitiveness of the Championship grows year upon year, and the fact that they was able to achieve that last season doesn't necessarily get the credit it deserves. I don't know off the top of your head how many, if you know how many goals Greenbank conceded last season.
I think it was 29.
I mean, that perfectly puts it into context, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And also, to add to that, Middlesbrough have one of the youngest sides in the division as an average age. So full credit to them. They'll only continue to get better and better, and it's no fluke that they're very much within the conversation for potential championship winners come game week 5.
Definitely. I think they have. This is probably one of their best chances to ever win the championship. We're coming 4th last season. Only missed out on promotion by goal difference. It's setting them up for a very good season this year.
Yeah.
Norwich winning the free kick. Looking to get out of their own half here. No one's marking Bernard.
No, he's very deep. I think that's kind of a testament to how defensive Norwich are. All 4 players within their defensive half.
Norwich gonna try their throw in where Cole dummies it, maybe. They'll let the ball get to Bernard.
It would be a very good... That's the danger of that, is if Johan George or the initial kick-in taker, if they don't have the accuracy, it can really hurt more than it helps.
Yeah.
And from a fairly comfortable position on the pitch, Norwich now find themselves defending a really good opportunity for Middlesbrough.
Yeah.
At this corner kick, taken by Kath McNichol into the box to Cole Forster, blocked by Mark Coleman. He still has possession on the edge of the box, as mentioned earlier, now adorning the number 10 for Middlesbrough.
Definitely a great number.
Is that, are you number 10?
I am number 10, yes.
Yeah, it has a bit of it has a magic feel about it, number 10, doesn't it?
Yeah.
For me, number 10 and number 7, I think we associate it to the running game, and whether it's Messi, Ronaldo, David Beckham, etc., you're naturally drawn to numbers like that.
My inspiration being Sadio Mane.
Is that
being a Liverpool fan?
Is that your inspiration
for number 10? Yeah. Forrester with a very good chance here. Good goalkeeper, though.
Yeah, good work from Hannah Murgatroyd. Out to Mark Coleman. very congested in that top left-hand corner, rightfully awards a 2-on-1. Murgatroyd. Kath McNichol with the immediate interception. Got 10.5 minutes remaining. Still nothing to separate these two teams. Once again, Middlesbrough going to chop and change. Unfortunately for him, Cole Forster comes off, as does Sam Mackay, Umar Hanif and Philip Dawes. Can we see Umar Hanif just exhibit that same sort of calmness and distribution that Cole Forster had? It seemed to fragment when they made this exact substitution change in the first half. Straight away, not as sharp in that pass, but
Seems like they had all the pace.
yeah, Henry Bernard, brilliant interception, and dispossesses Umar Hanif with almost relative ease. Flicks it, has to be careful about his placement with Mike Coleman, who's not quick enough in dropping off. Whether or not it's going to go in the favour of Norwich, I believe. Could have gone either way because the ball was locked up by James Found and Henry Bernard. But it was James Found coming out of his designated goalkeeper area, which meant the necessary 3 metres to Umar Hanif weren't there. So an indirect free kick, Mike Coleman to take.
In a very good position.
Yeah, really good.
Very good defending from Hanif there to win the goal kick.
We know how good he is within the defensive areas of the pitch. He was arguably the standout goalkeeper across the 22-23 season. That's why it's just so interesting to see him occupying the central role. As has been mentioned, I think he can do a really effective job out wide as well. As Philip Dawes has an opportunity there. Couldn't quite guide it goal band. I think Hannah Murgatroyd was very much alert to it, but would have liked to have seen Philip Dawes get that effort on target at the very least.
Hanif doing well to keep the ball. Very good pass. Looks like Norwich maybe conceded a 2-on-1.
We're seeing very similar traits in this Middlesbrough side and game as we did in their first fixture against Teesside Steel. Really struggled to break down their opposition.
Yeah.
And they were fortunate in the awarding of a penalty in that one to separate the teams and get 3 points over the line.
Just shows how competitive this season is looking
It is, when you consider Teesside Steel came up through the playoffs to secure championship status. Middlesbrough just off premiership promotion at the end of last season, so fighting at very different ends of the table. But as you rightfully mentioned, it just speaks to the quality of the overall league. Umar Hanif.
doing well in the dribble. Not letting Johan pass.
No, comes away with the more favourable possession in the top left-hand corner.
Trying to win a corner, which he does.
If it was to end 0-0, I would definitely say that Norwich will be the much happier of the two sides with the single point.
Yeah. 6 minutes to go. Could be a last gasp winner here.
although Middlesbrough have had the better attacking momentum, they've only probably had one, maybe two clear-cut opportunities. Nothing that's troubled Hannah Murgatroyd too much in the Norwich goal, much to the frustration of Middlesbrough. Must be noted, it is very warm in the Lee Westwood Sports Centre, so as the day progresses we will likely see that affect both players and chairs. I mean, you can probably speak from experience, Liam, but it's not comfortable playing in this heat, I can only assume.
I don't really mind it, but I know other people can bother them, which could help me, or really if it doesn't bother me, but they got the doors open and fans on, so that definitely helps.
It certainly does. An opportunity once again from Middlesbrough. Doesn't trouble Hannah Murgatroyd too much, but they did find the space to generate the opportunity, which is almost harder sometimes than the actual finish. It remains 0-0.
You really have to take your chances when you get them, especially against Norwich, as we found out in Greenbank's game.
Yeah. So that chance from Henry Barnard just helps enforce the point I made in the first half. His isolation throughout the game could lend to him being not as sharp or as prepared to receive balls or opportunities as well as he probably could and or should. So not able to capitalise on that one potential counter-attack from Norwich City.
Very end-to-end.
It is. It's starting to open up, and I think you're going to see that across the final 3.5 minutes, because I think both teams will feel that they can still secure 3 points. It's just what team is brave enough to try and pursue them 3 points will likely come away with the win should a team score. Johan George to take. Over to Bernard. Gets good connection that time, but straight to Umar Hanif.
Could have maybe passed it there. But yeah. Umar doing very well.
He's one of my favourite players to watch in the whole National League. This isn't not just exclusive to the Championship.
Yeah. So he's very determined and is quite cool usually.
And occupying as a goalkeeper last season, he wasn't involved as much as we're seeing him now. So for the game time that he has and the games that he plays for Middlesbrough this season, whilst he's available, it's great to see him so active, and contact there between the chairs of Kath McNichol and Mike Coleman goes in the favour of the latter. So Norwich looks like they'll get a direct free kick. 2 minutes on the clock. Can they generate an opportunity here? James Found has had probably 2, 3, 4 touches this whole half.
Norwich keeper coming up here. Thinking he can maybe get the win here. Bernard quite open.
If they just pick the right pass, Bernard is open. Kaepernick has the responsibility. Over to Bernard in the box, but great defending from Umar Hanif. The opportunity's still there. Johan George didn't want to commit to that 180 spin kick. I think he
thought he might have a hit found there.
Yeah. He definitely, had he had the bravery, could have committed, made contact, and it would surely been a corner kick. The defensive structure of Middlesbrough meant it wouldn't have been a goal under any circumstances, but Borough come away with the goal kick, intercepted immediately by Henry Bernard. He's looking brighter the more active he becomes in this fixture. Good pick off from James Found to just take the pressure off.
Coleman.
Final minute of the game looks barring some late magic,
Looks to be maybe a draw.
they're going to share the spoils, yes.
Straight across goal with the ball there. Norwich with maybe one final counter.
This will be the second 0-0 I've commentated on this weekend. The earlier 0-0 draw between Sale United and AFC Bournemouth Warriors, that scoreline didn't do the game justice. It was a fantastic match-up between them two. Is your next game Sale?
Yeah, Sale now.
So I was really impressed by Sale United. It's probably the brightest, most well-organised Sale United side I've ever seen. So really intrigued to see what they can do across the 23-24 season. I without question, know they're going to finish higher than the 10th place they did last season. So I think the game against Greenbank is that perfect barometer because you have such strong title aspirations. As do Bournemouth, though, being relegated from the Premiership. They'll want to have an immediate return to the top division, but weren't able to break down Sale. So a late opportunity for Catherine McNichol.
Very close.
We've had the regulation 20, so that would have been an additional time goal. Ellie Renton now trying to recycle the attack. Mike Coleman just traps the ball. Almost dead. Invites Umar Hanif and sensibly doesn't commit. Was patient.
Norwich with counter. But found us very well to push it back up. Looks like it's not enough though.
No.
Full time.
Great game, I think. Very finely balanced.
Very close.
I think the chopping and changing that Middlesbrough made continuously throughout that game probably affected them, but I understand the necessity to chop and change and put players and test players in different positions due to future weekends having certain absences, but they will probably be more disappointed than Norwich with that single point.
Norwich defended loads there.
That being said, I don't think either team necessarily deserved the 3 points. Norwich defended brilliantly and will probably say that. There was no real clear-cut chances for Middlesbrough, despite us saying they will be the more disappointed of the two. But a good advert for football for the National League Championship. Thank you to all that have joined myself and Liam. We'll be back shortly for follow-up games on Court B and Court A. See you soon.
Hello and welcome to Nottingham Trent University, Court B, game 220. The game is between Muscle Warriors and AFC Bournemouth Warriors, with your centre referee being Millie Bean, one linesperson being Russell Baker, and the other linesman, I believe, has the last name of Hanif. If I'm wrong, I apologise. And by the look of it, Bournemouth have the kick. Starting fours for each side is Ryan Skinner in the centre, Adam Sevenoaks out wide with Chris King, and number 9, I think he's called Dakota. I can't remember and it can't see his last name because it's in their terrible font. As in for Muscle Warriors, you have Ricken Shaw in the middle, Reece Mallet out wide, with Shane Murray on the other side, with Jacob Vickers in goal, with Dylan Palmer and Path Gakwad on the bench. Looks like Bournemouth to kick off. If I haven't said already, I am Troy Willicombe. I will be doing your commentary for this game, possibly joined by Alex Dowding after he sorted some other issues. This is going to be an exciting game to see what both teams will conquer, because this is the first game I've watched of both teams, and Millie checks with both goalkeepers, and we are off. Skinner with a kick in, kick off, met by Shaw with a rotated spin kick, but is also met by Adam Sevenoaks. Put out for a Bournemouth Warriors kick in just in the corner. Good kick in by Adam Sevenoaks, but Ryan Skinner couldn't get round it in time. Bournemouth corner. Adam Sevenoaks to take. Ryan Skinner in the centre of the field with Chris King at the far post. Good ball from Adam Sevenoaks. Okay flick from Ryan Skinner, but met by Rickenshaw. Advantage played by Muscle. Shaw and Skinner into the battle. Kept in by Shaw. Shaw and Skinner battling in this far corner near me. That is a Bournemouth kick in. So Sevenoaks to take. Plays it down to King. Fouled by King, just reversing in slightly. Unlucky there by King. Interesting defensive setup here by Bournemouth. Kind of an arc formation. Murray over the ball. Shah in the corner. Mallet on far post. Murray to Shah. Shah keeps it in. Well left by Murray. Well left. Murray over the ball. Murray to take this kick in. Shah signals to down the side of his chair by the line. He doesn't do it. Goes to Mallet. Mallet into the corner. Tries to take Skinner with him, but met by King as well. Possible 2-on-1. No. Game is played on. Mallet well left in the corner. Muscle Warriors kick in a dangerous position. Can they capitalise? Mallet standing over this ball with Murray blocking off the keeper. Shah at far post. Mallet across to Shah. Could have rotated spin kick there, but I think he was caught in two minds. Bournemouth ball. Sevenoaks to take. Sevenoaks. Curled round by King. Met by Shah. King and Shah now. Can King get round it? No. Muscle ball. Murray to take this kick. Murray sets his chair into the side of Shaw, missed by Shaw. Sevenoaks tries to get the pass off to King. Met by Skinner. Skinner tries to pass to Sevenoaks, but cut out by Shaw. Muscle Warriors ball in a dangerous position yet again. Murray over the ball. Shaw in far corner. Sorry, near corner. Mallet to the far. Murray sets. Into Shaw. Shaw across to Mallet. Strong shot by Mallet, but blocked by Skinner. 2-on-1 there, Bournemouth ball. Skinner stands over the free kick. Sevenoaks. Sevenoaks, Skinner. Skinner left for King. King tries to get across. Rickin. Murray. Spin by Murray. Mallet. Oh, just wide by Murray, just wide. Goal kick for Bournemouth. Can they relieve some of this pressure now? Number 9 for Bournemouth stepping over this ball. Rotated spin kick. Unfortunately, into the side of Murray's chair. 2-on-1 there. Muscle ball in a very, very dangerous position. Especially with Shaw's finishing prowess. Shane Murray. Shane Murray in the near post. Mallet at far. Shaw standing over the ball. Shaw waiting for the signal to Millie Bean. She blows. Possible goal here, possible goal. Well defended by the Bournemouth Warriors defence. Penalty shots but dismissed by Bean. Flicks it to Shaw. Shaw rotated spin kick, not quite caught fully. Mallet trying to recover the ball. Sevenoaks and Mallet dribbling at this far post. Sorry, near post. Mallet dribbles it into the Bournemouth defence. Tries to flick it out. Shaw wants. Unlucky by Mallet. Goal kick for Bournemouth. Dakota over the ball for Bournemouth Warriors. Rotated spin kick by Dakota. Glanced by Skinner. Rickin playing the advantage. Takes it into the near corner. Skinner and Shaw battling it out. Skinner comes up on top. Skinner met by Mellor on the edge of the box. The battle in the far corner. Muscle Warriors kick in, not a corner. Oh no, it is a kick in, sorry. Not Mellor's best efforts. Shaw playing it backwards. Sevenoaks with a shot. Saved by Vickers. But King is there to pick up the pieces. King strips it away from Vickers. King tries to nudge it into Shaw. King and Shaw now. Whistle blown by Millie Bean. 2-on-1 to Bournemouth. Can they capitalise on this decision? Decision? Yeah, decision. Skinner to take this free kick. Millie Bean just making sure the defence is in a proper legal position. Defence is all set. Sevenoaks in between the two defenders. Skinner. Unlucky by Sevenoaks. But he recovers well. He recovers well. Sevenoaks and Shaw battling now. Skinner and Shaw. Skinner comes out on top. Possible 2-on-1 there. Was let go. Ends up being a Bournemouth kick-in. No, it is a muscle kick-in. I would swear Millie pointed the other way. But anyway. Unfortunately, that pass by Shea Murray was not found by any of his muscle teammates, which ends up in a Bournemouth kick-in around their own half. Well done by Mallet there to retain possession. Sorry, regain possession, not retain. Shaw. Mallet. Mallet with a glance. Met by Skinner. But Shaw's there to add pressure. Shaw out wide. But Sevenoaks cuts it out. Mallet. Murray with the goal. A keep from Bumper there to put the Muscle Warriors in front. Meanwhile, if you're getting bored of my voice, which I don't blame you if you are, on court A you see Teesside Steel and Manchester City, and I believe it's 1-0 the scoreline. With your commentators Owen Swift and Rosie Dack. Substitution for Muscle Warriors there. Gekwad comes on. Murray off. Skinner with kick-off. Straight into the muscle mouth. King with a rotated spin kick, but met by Shaw. Ends up in being a Muscle Warriors kick-in because of the rule outside man, and Alan Murray's up on the fence. I think he nearly got squished. Gakwad to take this kick-in. Well struck. Unfortunately, no one was there to finish it off. Sevenoaks in his own corner. Relieves some pressure. Misfortunate by King. King and Mallet in the far corner. Advantage played. 2-on-1 there. Muscle Ball in a dangerous position. Very tight angle here for Muscle. Let's see what they'll do from here. Gakwad to take this free kick. Shah at the near post. Mallet in the central position. Gakwad. Just missed by Shah there. Frustration written all over his face.
Afternoon, Troy.
Good afternoon, Alex.
Lovely to join you. Got down from up top, away from the databases for a little while.
You were let out your cave.
I've been running up and down the stairs all day, to be fair, but it's nice to come and watch some power chair football for a little while.
Indeed it is. Rotated spin kick, just wide. Results in a Bournemouth goal kick.
So these two teams have been playing each other for a number of years now. But this is one of the strongest muscle lineups I think I've seen. The addition of Bath backward from Brighton. It gives them an extra dimension.
Good
to their
touch.
game. And of course, Rickin's not been with them too long, but is also a very experienced player. He's in the Aspire squad for a number of years, so
Don't forget who's on the bench as well. If we're talking about experience, Dylan Palmer.
He is a player who has roamed the country, playing his power chair football. Lovely guy. Oh,
Lovely finish by Shah there.
sorry for talking over the action there, team. But Kai nipped into the box, sharp turn around Skinner for Bournemouth, and manages to put the ball through Hamann and Skinner in Bournemouth defence for a goal there. Very sharp work there by Shah.
Speak of the devil, he comes off for Dylan Palmer.
So there we go. Here is our journeyman and gamer.
Came from my neck of the woods at one point. Nice rotated spin kick there by Mallet. Goes out for a kick in.
Goal kick I would have given. From my angle.
Remember, Greg says it, referee's always right.
I did add from my angle there. That was the my caveat.
You can't get told off then.
I can't see the sideline particularly well from this particular angle. I can see the end line there. Kick in by Sevenoaks, pushed it down the line. Tight bit of play. Results in a torn one or another kick in.
Kick in. Ball just went out of play before Palmer could switch it across to Mallet. 7 eggs to take.
Bournemouth then looking to attack down the right, but Reece Mallet for Muscle Warriors has intercepted well. Brought that ball back into the Bournemouth half, but couldn't quite keep it in. So yet another kick in. 7-X again, this time to Skinner. Takes a nice fake, lets the ball run across his chair, but couldn't quite take the touch that would have given him the control. Sold the dummy to Mallet, but second half of that particular skill not quite executed how he would normally like to. Reece Mallet organising his players where he wants them to be able to take this. Telling Dylan Palmer to get closer and closer and closer. I think he's trying to get a path blocked off so he can find Gakwad with a crossfield ball.
Interesting decision there by Muscle.
I don't think Mallet had the players in the position he wanted them to be in. Despite trying to get them to move and talk through what was happening, wasn't quite there.
Cross ball to Palmer. Palmer just wide. If he scored that, that would have been his 50th National League goal.
That is a great stat, Troy. Have you been talking to Mr. Ryan Sipple?
No, to Palmer himself.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's unverified then, is it?
Yes.
We take our official goal records from our head referee, Mr. Jeff Lewis, who does a lot of the stats. He normally passes them on to myself and Ryan to double check.
I'm just going off for last season because I don't remember him scoring.
Well, Jeff, if you're listening, I'm sure there's one that you'll be looking up on your database to check. We are hoping to get all the database stats and goals, etc., into our on-screen graphics system, so there'll be opportunities for us to show people some of those. Lifetime goals as well as season goals and assists, etc. And we're working on the assists side of things for this season as well, so we're hoping to record as many assists as we can and provide some stats on those. Chris King and Park Gatwood battling it out on the sideline. King for Bournemouth comes off the winner and gets himself a kick in.
It may seem end to end at points, but Muscle have managed to keep on top at majority of the time of the game. Bournemouth just haven't found that extra pass or extra finish when needed, but altogether they have been strong throughout. Mallet to Gakwad, can he keep it in? He does. Gakwad and King. Foul there by Gakwad. Just hitting the back of King's chair. Oh really? They've given it the other way.
Chris was just spinning in slightly there. There's two ways you can be responsible for a contact foul in general. One is spinning in, being out of control of your chair as you do so, and the other is reversing in or backing in with a part of your chair other than the front guard. You notice all the front guards on every single chair you'll see, power chair football, has a colour delineation on the front which marks the official guard of the chair, and there are contact rules that differ depending on what part of the chair is contacted. So the front bumper is allowed more contact than the rest of the chair. So if you reverse in using any other part of the chair other than the guard, then you can be responsible for a foul. Equally, spinning in an uncontrolled manner will also get you one. There was an interesting one in the Premiership last weekend where a penalty was awarded.
Oh, what's that?
One player reversing in, one player spinning in.
So it could have been seen as equal then?
Well, that was the discussion that was had. Is it related to the fact it's both equal, or is there severity of reversing and severity of spinning? I think
Good point.
Was the conversation. Haven't watched it back. If you were judging the two, I would have said the reversing in was the one that was slightly harder and faster than the spinning in, and that was the one that was penalised.
And half-time blown by Millie Bean.
Interesting first half. Two teams familiar with each other, play in the South East Regional League as well as in the National League, and have done against each other for a number of years. That was a new personnel for Muscle, giving them a slightly different setup, I think, to last year. 2-0 to Muscle Warriors over the course of that first half. I think probably just about deserved.
Agreed. They've been more fluid in their movements, motions, passes, dribbles.
They've certainly seemed a bit more connected than the Bournemouth side have in this first half.
Well said. But that said, the Bournemouth side have had chances.
They've got ability, that Bournemouth side, and if they can find that connection together and put it together, there's no reason why they can't come back into this game. Bournemouth coaches helping with water for players. Has to be said, it is very hot in this hall today. Not just temperature, but humidity's up as well.
You can definitely say that again.
The humidity's up as well.
There we go.
Sorry, Troy, you left that one open for me to slam dunk. But we've got a sports hall that most of the year requires heating. They haven't fixed it, put any aircon in. We've got some fans, but they're
pretty big.
they're big but ineffectual. I would
I would say they're big fans of the sport.
Oh dear, oh dear. We're losing viewers at this rate.
We're just comedy gold.
But, they're blowing hot air in. So I suppose that's what they've got in common with you there, Troy.
Thank you, Alex. You're not wrong. Certain individuals of certain teams would agree with that one.
Right, let's get back to analysis of the match so far. What do you think Bournemouth need to do to change up the second half and give themselves a chance to get back into it?
I would say they have to try and separate from the Muscle defence. Yes, it's hard and experienced, yet I believe they can do it. Once they find that one clinical pass to get Shah chasing, they will definitely have a chance against Jacob Vickers in goal.
So you're looking at trying to break that line of defence that starts at the Warriors centre player. If Shah comes back onto the middle, or if Reece Mallet, who ended the half in the centre position, is the key, unlocking that space. I tend to agree. I think potentially they could look at pushing a player maybe a bit higher up at times. Maybe Sevenoaks could sit a little bit higher, sit in the half of the Muscle team and be available as an outlet. That could work.
And we have a streaker on the pitch in the form of Dan Kay. I definitely wouldn't like to be a referee in this heat.
No, I've seen a couple of referees already have come off after games very, very red and sweaty on the face, but there's a water cooler just outside, so hopefully they've refreshed themselves on that front. On the other pitch, pitch A, we have Teesside Steel versus Manchester City. Half time, Teesside Steel are winning 3-0. That match is available on our other WFA channel. I have two WFA YouTube channels now. The main WFA channel, which has got the logo with a blue background, and then if you search WFA Match Day, that will enable you to find the second channel where our second stream is running. Big thanks to ProMy Sports for the years of support. Nick from ProMy is taking a break for a year and gone off travelling. He's in Canada at the moment. I think he might be getting up soon, so if he's getting up and put the football on. Hello Nick, and thank you.
What a lucky man.
He's worked very hard for it though, to be fair.
He does deserve it.
He's off cycling and travelling the world for a year or so. So we've added a second channel. If you could search up, and if you subscribe to that when you open your YouTube on a Saturday or Sunday Power Chair weekend, the live streams should be there near the top of your page, as one of the channels that you subscribe to is live. It should notify you at the top. Makes it a lot easier to find our streams. We'd have a few glitches this morning, starts and stops. We have a reasonably complicated setup to get our streams out onto YouTube, because when it works, it reduces the amount of work required by us to keep them going. But when it doesn't work, it takes a little bit of time to get them sorted, which it did this morning. But we are all steady now and all working well.
On the note of Teesside Steel and Man City, it's great to see new young faces entering into the sport and seeing the next generation.
It is there, and I know Jack Humphreys from Leeds has been helping them out up until now, which is good to hear as well. People coming into the sport. 6 players registered for the Man City squad this year as well, which is great. Full complement. And they'll be learning a lot from this weekend. National League is different from Regional League. First weekend ever. Will be a eye-opening experience. There'll be lots going on. You'll be paying attention to everything and anything because it's all new. But as they become a bit more experienced, they'll know not to worry about who's doing what in the corridor, or they'll know where they need to go for their team rooms and in between games. At the moment, it's all a little bit new. So,
like a wise person said to me once, with every valley there is a peak.
very profound, Troy.
See, I can be smart sometimes. As we're about to prepare for the second half of the Muscle Warriors AFC Bournemouth Warriors game, looks like the sides are unchanged. So that is now Muscle Warriors attacking away from the camera and Bournemouth attacking to the camera.
So lineups the same as they ended the first half. Reece Mallet in the centre for Muscle, with Parth Gakwad and Dylan Palmer out those wings. Vickers in goal. Now for Bournemouth, Haman in goal. King in the centre, although I think that's a change. King was out wide, I think, before.
He was.
Skinner was in the centre. Skinner's gone out wide. And Sevenoaks on the other wing.
Heavy by King. Comes on top though, till he meets Mallet. Mallet and King in the far corner.
Yeah, King's developed this style as a... Oh!
What a cheeky goal by Mallet. Just snuck in at the far post.
Poor old Dakota Haman had turned thinking the ball was going to come across him. And Reece Mallet, wily old fox that he is, paused and pushed the ball back behind his chair and in between the posts. Haman in goal, shaking his head, frustrated with himself. Would say, I know this is the first time he's played in goal in a competitive match, or second time after this morning. The first weekend he's done that, so he's learning.
Free kick for Muscle here, around the Bournemouth area. Gakwad to take. Palmer blocking off King with Mallet at the far post to the ball.
Assuming that was for a 2-on-1, it's indirect, so 2-on-1 or 3 in the box.
Unlucky there by Mallet.
Goal kick, fired in to centre for King to pick up and take off Mallet. King's got this driving style when he's one-on-one where he often doesn't like to keep the ball trapped against the opposition team's chair. Instead he just likes to drive it, try and roll it around, and he's very quick on the turn. He changes the direction of his chair when he's one-on-one very quickly.
Corner ball for Muscle. Gakwad to take. Mallet near. Palmer hogging that far post. Practically sat on it from this angle. Gakwad. Mallet. Unfortunate there by Mallet, but he retrieves the ball.
There's that sharp turn I was talking about that King can do.
Impressive. Possible 2-on-1 there. Keeper outside of the box. Jacob Vickers getting ushered out by Mallet that had him covered.
That could be a 2 as well.
King. Just nicked by Mallet before Sevenoaks could make contact. Congested by Bournemouth. Skinner at near post. Plays it directly into the path of Mellett. King and Mellett now. Unfortunate there.
Not quite fast enough on the turn that time round, but better for Bournemouth, a bit brighter. Got down to the Muscle byline.
Two on one there. Palmer looks distraught as he knows one of him or his teammate should have moved out quicker. Sevenoaks to take this free kick. Glanced by Skinner, met by King.
Battle down the line there. Vickers has done very well to bring it all the way down, but King stayed with him. So far blocked him out.
Contact foul, I think.
Yeah, pushing through the ball, I think. On that one, just slightly overzealous from King.
Gakwad to take.
Power chair, you can't apply force through the ball onto another chair. That's considered the same as too much force direct onto a chair. Now in that scenario, you probably heard the chair contact and might have thought that could have been a foul. I mean, it was probably close to being, but because it was the two front bumpers of the chair, as we explained earlier, that contact is allowed. I think the referee just allowed the goal kick, as that would have been pretty much in the same place, and it was a borderline contact as well. So.
King seems like a little Jack Russell being everywhere on that pitch for Bournemouth.
He's worked very hard and like I say, where he can, he doesn't always get into that contact scenario. He's happy just to turn and move and keep his chair moving and try and manipulate that ball around people as by doing that rather than force people or force the ball through.
Kick in for Muscle now in a very dangerous position.
Also be noted, of course, that Ryan Skinner in his first few seasons did play out on the wing and scored quite a lot of goals from that position, so could well be a move to make the most of Ryan Skinner's abilities out wide.
Interesting there by Mellett. I think he got his angle slightly wrong.
He's playing it on.
And a goal by Ryan Skinner, just dribbled in off the advantage. Unlucky there by Vickers.
Referee played great advantage there. There was a foul on Ryan on the way through. But with the goal wide open, Skinner with the ball charging through the defence. Advantage has led to a goal. Bournemouth pull one back in this tie. And starting to just get a bit more of a handle in the game. As well as Muscle creeping in with some issues as well. Okay. Just a quick word been had there by the referee with Vickers on the contact foul, I think, and that played advantage too.
Sevenoaks to take. Down to Skinner. Skinner just lets it glide across his chair.
I think the other issue, of course, would be that although the foul took place outside the penalty area, therefore wouldn't have been a penalty. It's hard to argue that wouldn't have been denying a goal-scoring opportunity if the foul had been given.
Yeah.
And that would have therefore been a red card for Vickers. I think both teams happy with the outcome. Bournemouth get the goal. Muscle keep all their players on the pitch.
Skinner doing well to keep with Vickers here. She tries to progress up the pitch. Skinner just gets round it. Well done by both players there. Substitution is being called.
It's a familiar dance you see on the power chair pitch to players trying to manipulate the ball off of each other's chairs to head in the direction that they want to attack in.
Gaquard off, Shah on. Skinner advances it across. Interesting decision there by Shah to let Vickers take it out. Vickers and King. King comes out on top. Shah just nicks the ball past King.
Haman did well there against Shah. A new challenge for King, with Shah coming into the centre now. The new challenge for Shah, having played most of the first half against Brian Skinner in that middle position.
Goal kick for Bournemouth. Shah just couldn't keep it in. Good by Skinner to pick it off back to King. Shah and King now. Skinner picks up the loose ball. Into the path of Vickers, tries to flick it out from the corner. Goes into a dribble battle. Sevenoaks exits. Unlucky by Sevenoaks there. Didn't know the ball was released.
However, it has come off the back of Muscle Warriors' chair. So Bournemouth with the kick in. Sevenoaks across the box trying to find King. Vickers came out and wanted to nick it. Lovely set up by Sevenoaks for Chris King, but wasn't sure who was behind him and didn't want to spin out of control.
Great decision by King. He obviously didn't want to risk the booking there.
There's a lovely set up by Sevenoaks, pushed the ball along across his back wheel. Bournemouth there looking threatening again. Ball in from Sevenoaks to Skinner, and he tried to find the ball across to Kate Vickers. Has done well in goal. Just cut stuff out at the right moments and right times. Substitutions called by Muscle Warriors.
Shane Murray on, Dylan Palmer off.
Vickers then into Shah. Shah tries to turn it around the corner, but comes into Chris King. Manages to get it round to give Shea Murray his first touch, which is nice. Controlled the ball. Had options, one of which was to fire it down the line. And there's one Muscle, a kick in off Ryan Skinner's chair. Murray to take it with a big spin in that bullet chair of his. Fires the ball all the way across.
You may say like a bullet.
I believe, this is just, you know, I'm a power chair football geek, Troy. I believe part of that can be explained by the fact he's swapped out his lead acid batteries for some new lithium ion batteries that are much lighter and allow his chair to spin faster.
Oh, interesting. Good ball by Murray though.
Told you I was a geek.
Very much so. Someone has to be. Looks like a free kick for Muscle Warriors here. In a very promising position. Looks like Murray's going to stand over it with Mellett in the middle of the two defenders. Murray over it to Set. Plays it across to Shah. Shaw across the box to Mellet. Mellet. Goal!
Pushes the ball back across the goal between King and Haman. Pace put on that ball initially by Murray. A deciding factor in that manoeuvre.
Good hit by King straight into the corner, and what a touch by me to stop it dead. Substitution yet again for Muscle Warriors. Looks like Dylan Palmer's going to take the position of goalkeeper, while Jacob Vickers comes off for a well-deserved rest.
Four and a half minutes on the pitch side clock left. Maybe a few minutes of added time. Had a few substitutions, a couple of stoppages. Big ask now for Bournemouth to get 3 goals to get back into this game.
Muscle ball in the Bournemouth half. Palmer pushes up. Oh no, he's being told to drop. Possible high ball there. Signalled by Millie Bean. Set ball to be played.
So if the ball goes over, I think it's about 50 centimetres. I say about.
The red bit.
All of the rules of power, or nearly all the rules of power chair, are in centimetres and metres. Apart for some reason, the rule on the height the ball is before it leaves the pitch. Don't quite understand why that's the case. But it's something like 50.26 centimetres as opposed to 50 centimetres. Again, here's the geeky side of me coming out with my power chair knowledge.
Isn't it the red bit of the goalpost?
That is indeed the red bit of the goalpost, which is 50.26 centimetres. Or according to the laws of the game, that's the case. The laws of the game state at the opening that all measures are in the metric system.
Hang on, I think it may be a penalty. It was.
Penalties were given, bit of contact maybe.
It was slightly on the from Chris King, slightly on the back of Shah's chair. Wasn't deliberate, wasn't harmful. It was just a follow through. Mallet to take this penalty kick.
Haman in goal.
Nearly by Haman, but great effort by Mallet to put it in the left-hand corner.
Very difficult to stop. Power chairs in penalties in power chair if they're executed well. (5-1) then definitely wraps this game up for Muscle with less than 2 minutes officially on the match clock.
Advantage played.
Tough start to the weekend for this Bournemouth side.
I believe it's Murray to take this corner. It is. Shah centrally. Palmer, the goalkeeper at far post. Mallet in the deepest position. Maybe they're looking to get Palmer's 50th. That is if it's correct. Shah rotated spin kick, not quite there. Somehow Palmer has to try and retreat into his goal area without causing any interference. very unorthodox choice where to put keeper, etc. by Muscle Warriors. But let's see if it'll work. Murray over the ball, aiming for Palmer. Murray. Nearly by Palmer, well cut out by Hammond though.
Yeah, well read by Hammond. Indirect free kick must be touched by a chair of any team before it crosses the line for it to count as a goal. Otherwise that would have been a goal kick, but came off Palmer's chair, and Hammond did well to follow and track the ball to stop the deflection.
And the full-time whistle was blown by Millie Bean. Final score, Muscle Warriors 5, Bournemouth Warriors 1.
Tough game for Bournemouth. Muscle did well, were cool and calm throughout and took their opportunities when they arrived. But stuff to take away for both teams, things to think about and learn and develop. But a nice game of power chair football to watch. Thanks for commentating with me, Troy. It's been good
No
to
problem.
come and sit down here for a bit. I'm back up to the hot balcony shortly.
Thank you.